Good morning and welcome back to re-adjourning our meeting from yesterday. We'll start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Crowson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Still here.
Councillor Parker.
I just say, Madam City Manager, before we move forward, besides,
I got a promotion.
Madam City Clerk, I'm here, but I just wanted to wish Mr. Sanchez a happy birthday today. Happy birthday, Joel.
No, I don't have to do it. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you for that. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Here. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, he won't be present for today's meeting.
Correct.
Deputy Mayor Campbell
See,
and Mayor Higgin. Mayor
present.
Thank you.
Thank you for cookies, Blaine.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move along here. We do have our first presentation from Lethbridge Housing Authority, and I believe Mr. Matthews is going to start that. So the floor is yours, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, members of Economic SPC, and I'll, Ms. Brown, if you can bring up the presentation. With us today, we also have Ms. Robin Harper and Mr. Brad Kirk, with maybe a few, Robin James. Wow. I haven't had my coffee yet this morning. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully this goes better. Yeah, he's worried right about now, right? If Mr. Kirk and Miss James, if you would like to join me up here at the podium. My apologies once again. Okay, just got to get to the right spot on my side here too. So maybe we can skip forward here on a slide. We'll go right to the agenda slide. I think it's 2 slides up. So this morning we're going to walk you through a presentation in regards to the discussions that administration had with Lethbridge Housing Authority just recently, coming out of the October 18th meeting where there was a request for a tax relief request from LHA. Just as recollection for members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, from that there was a resolution for administration to work with LHA to come up with different options and different the financial implications that were associated with that. So we have gone through this materials, and I'll walk you through a little bit of discussion this morning of that, specifically starting off with the exemptions and why exemptions for LHA in this case. A straight out exemption wouldn't work, but there is options. A number of options we'll go through, and of course there's an option here that administration is recommending. And also, there's a request from LHA in the short term. So the option that we're going to be talking about is an operating tax grant or affordable housing tax grant, to be more precise, that we'll be walking through today on it. But we'll give you all the different options for council or economic standing policy to consider, and also some of the reasoning behind it. Next slide, please. So just in general, starting off, so some of the confusion around exemptions on taxation. So in general, property tax exemptions are the exemptions to the general rule that everybody pays their fair share of share of tax burden, and any property tax exemptions must be authorized by legislation. There's also a requirement for tax exemptions that when you provide a tax exemption, it must satisfy legal requirements of the exemption to apply. And in Alberta, most property tax exemptions are rooted in the MGA and their supporting regulations, and that's what we'll walk you through. Next slide, please. As noted on this slide, with a few exceptions, affordable housing in itself is taxable under the existing provincial legislation governing municipal property taxes. And those typically, as previously noted by LHA in their last presentation as well, those typically are things where the province actually owns those affordable housing projects on it. But I'll walk you through a little bit here on the sections. And you're going to get a bean counters roll through on legal. So, if Mr. Lowen over there has any concerns, he'll correct my ways. So next slide. So the reason why LHA does not meet the requirements to be considered tax exempt under the MGA, and this is specifically MGA Section 361, Section 1, N3, to be precise, which is the Government, Churches, and Other Bodies section, is because of the qualifications and conditions in the COPTER regulations, which is the underlying regulations. So the MGA Section 362 does not provide, provide exemptions for churches and other bodies. Specifically for LHA and LRCHC, the section notes under that section that property must be used for a charitable or benevolent purpose that is for the benefit of the general public and owned by a nonprofit organization. And this is where the problem or issue arises, and meets the qualifications and conditions in the regulations. That last part of needing to meet the qualification and conditions in the regulations is where the issue is for LHA. Next slide. So under COPTER Section 7, and so that's, COPTER is the Community Organization Property Tax Exemptions Regulations. It notes under Section 7 that a number of restrictions. Specifically, the use of property is restricted when more than 30% of the time that the property is in use, individuals are restricted from using the property on any basis. The Act specifically notes several sections, including the requirements to pay fees of any kind other than minor entrance or service fees. Next slide. Although LRCHC properties are being used for charitable and benevolent purposes, they are restricted to the general public since they require leases and require payment of rent. The determination, these determining of leases and rents or restrictions have been tested through the courts as well. So on that as being a restriction. Next slide. So therefore, just on the general restrictions, LHA and LRCHC properties are restricted in the general public for more than 30% of the time that the property is in use due to imposing leases and rent, and so and once again, that's why they don't apply. Next slide. And maybe one more slide past that, we'll go to here. So what does that mean for LHA? Well, there is other means that council can do components, and this is where the discussion started off, more with LHA the last number of weeks. So we have looked into a number of these options, including an affordable housing tax grant. This is what we're recommending for economic SBC to consider. Or an exemption granted by bylaw, and I'll explain a little bit around that, or creating a residential subclass. There's also an option of an annual tax cancellation, and there is the status quo of where we are today, which is continue to provide only affordable housing capital grants and avocation to the province for operational side. So option one, the grant program, which is what we're recommending. In this piece here, we're looking at funding would be intended to offset any ongoing or on an ongoing basis, any municipal and municipal only property taxes for nonprofit or affordable housing providers. And the development of an affordable housing tax grant program has several benefits, including eligibility requirements can be developed to suit specific needs of the community. Can be developed on an ongoing grant process to limit administration costs and risks for affordable housing providers. So it doesn't mean that every year the same providers have to come in and apply for those grant process. Can use the existing assessments and tax process to provide a reasonable measure of scope and size of the property to aid in equitable allocation of grant funds for the property. And program funding can be capped per year, and grants may no longer be issued if funding is no longer available or if there's a question of whether there's sufficient funding remaining in the program. There's also some challenges. The demand for nonprofit organizations who provide affordable housing may exceed funding allotment, requiring a proration of funding for grant program. There's currently an estimated municipal portion of the property tax for non-affordable housing providers beyond LHA is $530,000. If you include LHA, that would be closer to $688,000. There would also be implementation components for processes and systems as well as resourcing needs to complete the work. Next slide. This slide highlights some of the requirements to consider in developing a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program. And I'll be honest, we've taken a look at quite considerably at the Edmonton program. And it's probably one of the ways we would look moving forward. But things we would need to consider is considering what entities would qualify, defining what is considered affordable. In that's where you have the ability to take a look at deeper affordability areas that are over others, so you can do some weighting scales and so forth. Determining what portion of the property meets the criteria for the grant, because some properties have mixed use, and determining what the program's funding are intended to offset on it and what they won't, and determining the reporting requirements and considerations to receiving the grant funding and what information council would want back in that regard. Next slide. The second option is providing an exemption through bylaw. So you can do an exemption, not under the regular regulations I talked about earlier, but councils can, under Section 364, by bylaw, exempt from taxation property held. And what's important here is for a non-profit organization to the extent the council considers appropriate. So that is another avenue that could be considered. That's under, so if you go to the next slide, there is some things to consider when you're looking at this. So the benefits for exempting nonprofit affordable housing properties from tax would be bylaw exemptions would be ongoing for all organizations meeting the eligibility criteria within the bylaw, which would limit administration. Eligibility requirements can be developed to suit specific needs of the community and can use the existing assessment and taxes process to provide a reasonable measure of scope and size, once again, of that property for equitable allocation. However, the reason why this one is being recommended, and because of some of the challenges, unlike the grant program, the amount of tax exemptions could not be capped. So the exemptions would be open to all properties that meet that criteria within the bylaw of being nonprofit and affordable housing. So that means for the cities, on the city's administration front, we would have to take a look, and as more come in, there would be more pressure on the exemption front. Maybe seen as less transparent. Tax exemptions are really a shift in taxation. So the taxation requirements that we need for the city and the funding we require for the city would actually be then shifted on to other taxpayers on it, an exemption. When a property is exempt from taxation, the needed tax laws are recovered for non-exempt properties, as I just mentioned, and exemptions can be challenged at assessment review boards as well too, unlike a grant process, which wouldn't have that same concerns. This option still has the same, at this stage, the known amount is still the same out there, but here again, as the future goes along, there could be more not-for-profit components or however we put in the bylaws. And of course, there would still be requirements of setting up processes and systems and resources for completing the work. Next slide. Creating a residential subclass. On a subclass component, so per section 297 of the MGA, council by bylaw can create a subclasses on any basis it considers appropriate. The benefits of creating an affordable housing residential subclass include the following. The municipal tax rate can be lower than the current residential rates, but it cannot be zero. And there's also another challenge there on that, or a piece of information to know on it, is that the ratio of the lowest residential rate, which would most likely be the affordable housing rate, cannot exceed the highest non-residential rate by 5-1. So there are some other things to keep in mind on the tax ratio or the mill rate sides of how low you could go between the two of them. A nonprofit affordable housing subclass would be ongoing for all properties, meeting the eligibility criteria. So that once again, that does help. But once again, that challenge of that ratio is something to be considered for council in the future. And of course, once again, we'd still need to define and what entities qualify for this, and also define what is considered affordable, including how affordable is affordable to meet those criteria. This one's a little bit more complex too, in the sense that not only it would have system and other resources, but it would change the way in printing of notices and some of the work that the assessment and taxation department would have to do on a residential subclass, and that's some of the reasons why we didn't think this was the best option. Option 4, providing annual tax cancellations. Under the Municipal Government Act, council could consider canceling or reducing a tax on a not-for-profit affordable housing only if it considers it equitable to do so. So to ensure equitability, consideration would have to be given to all property owners that have an affordable housing option. And municipal property tax cancellation can only occur after taxes are levied. So the issue with that is then we can't collect it from anybody else. So we were truly short that amount of funds on a tax cancellation route. Moving on to the last of the options. This is where we are today. So this would be consistent to the November 8th, 2022 City Council decision to only offer capital grants to affordable and social housing providers. No further funding would be required where tax shifts would occur on this, but some of the challenge would be that it does not meet the needs of non-affordable housing providers in operating funding to keep rents affordable to vulnerable citizens or residents. And this includes LHA for the Southgate property, since payments of the tax would result in mortgage default as there is no deficit funding available for the property. So moving on to recommendations. First, our administration's recommendation in working with LHA is to develop a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant. So what we're requesting is that Economic Standing Policy Committee directs administration to develop a nonprofit affordable housing grant program and return to Economic SBC before Q2 of 2024. And the reason before Q2 of 2024 is before taxes are due for next year. And the second recommendation coming out of this, or request from LHA, is to consider providing Lethbridge Housing Authority $160,000 of one-time funding from the corporate budget contingency to alleviate the 2023 municipal property tax pressures for their the Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation and the LHA affordable housing properties that are currently being taxed. Once again, this is only the municipal portion of the tax of that component that we're referring to here. And I believe, we could pause for questions here, but I think it might be beneficial if I turn it over to Mr. Kirk and he's able to go through his portion of the presentation as well, and then have questions from that. So if Ms. Brown can bring up Mr. Kirk's presentation.
Thanks for hearing us out again. It actually was, excuse me, very educational to understand all the rules that apply when you're a city and the MGA and all the rules and so on and so forth. So thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Anyways, I just realized I printed out the wrong form of mine, so I'll look at is this the first one?
That's the last one.
This is the last one? Okay, then I'll just wait. So we'll walk you through it. Just basically the bottom line is I want to just talk about cash flow and the difference between the way we would look at it from LHA's perspective versus private investor. So we don't really have any numbers and such to work on. So basically the moral of the story is when I reached out to various people and said, how do you finance a deal and what does the CMHC look at? They basically expect all costs, including, so I tried to make this as simple as possible, all costs including vacancy, property tax, repair and maintenance, everything, that when they look at it at the end of the day based on fair market value revenue streams, they expect the cost to be about 40%. So based upon that assumption, what I've actually done here really is calculated a cash flow and then, well, anyways, no, I'm not going to. So before I talk to that, really, we never even considered this, to be honest with you, because we built it specialized. We didn't put in separate meters because we're only allowed to charge $50 a head anyways. So as a private person coming in, they'd never want to buy that, really, because you got to be able to charge for your utilities and such. Again, we got way too many handicap suites involved in here, so again, you'd have to renovate it. But in order to get the CMHC financing, we had to build 50%. So really, if you flip to the next chart there, or nope, sorry.
Back one.
Back one. Don't listen to Robin.
Story of my life.
Robin Harper? Anyways, so if you look at it, so really all I've really done here is told you about our real revenue streams, right? So if you go to the first page, I'm just adding up two numbers. There, it's really 536,000. If you went fair market value at $1,250 a suite, it'd be 960,000. The costs stay the same, no matter what, 384,000. So now based upon a cash flow, it's 576 or 152. Those are the two cash flows. So in the world of cap rates, if we divide it, that number by 0.065, which is a 6.5% cap rate, it really works out to that the value of the property is $8.8 million. Or if you went what we get out of it, it's worth $2.3 million. So the real error, I think, and I just want to point it out to everyone, was during the meeting, we discovered that CMHC never registered on title. Oh, it's right there. Oh, next slide, sorry. I don't do this. CMHC never registered on title, right? So the moral story is when the city looks at it, they say, well, hold on here, you could do whatever. So, again, it's an error caused by somebody from CMHC not registering. So we have an obligation to pay back $4.8 million if we don't give 65% of what they consider to be market rent on half the suites. And it's for 20 years, right? So my understanding is that we have to pay that back anywhere along the thing, the whole $4.8 million. Again, we have no intentions of doing that. We're a housing body. We're fulfilling a purpose. The purpose is never to flip it or sell it. I mean, we probably wouldn't build what we built there, except we had a need in the marketplace, COVID, setting up the people so they had no hallways, so they had independence, so on and so forth. Great location. And like last time I showed how we moved the people out to there and then filled their suites with $120 rentals to help other people out. Anyways, the heir should be registered on title. So, and just to emphasize the point, we've actually copied you in on a email that we were trying to get them to allow us to charge more rent, but they basically came back to us and said what they consider those fourplexes to be, each suite to be single roll, which they expected to be $800, which they said 65% is $520. That's what you're allowed to charge. And you can see in the email we were trying to get it up because it actually lowered the rent for some of the people that we were taking out from downtown. So amongst all that, the point, and this is a slide I don't have, so you just have to go to the next slide for me. So what I'm asking for today, besides what we've actually worked with city administration, and I thank them for that, educating me and coming to the party, is that we don't want it, or we can't, they're not going to recommend that you not cancel property tax penalties because of all the various rules that apply to a city. And I guess our argument is it's a new source for you. It wasn't budgeted, so it's like just it wasn't there before, so don't make us pay it. And based upon what I just presented, you understand why we thought it was wrong. So we're asking council to cancel the penalties. It will not affect the other taxpayers, as penalties are not shared through the tax base. And really it's a result of a misunderstanding and a desire to work toward common goals in meeting the needs of the city's most vulnerable. So again, we never looked at land titles after the fact. We never checked to see if they registered on title. It was totally news to us when Larry said it during our meeting that it didn't exist. And honestly, guys, even the fact that we got to meet with administration and understood, or they explained how it works and we explained what our goals are, I feel very comfortable. And actually, I'm looking forward to working with the city administration, trying to meet the affordable housing goals as approved by city council, right? So you guys set out the goals and we'll try to work with it. And we thank you for actually considering our request, so, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews and Ms. James and Mr. Kirk for the presentations. We appreciate that. It does seem to make more sense the more times you read this again and again, and some of the new information that comes in does make sense. I want to pop back to, it doesn't matter if it's option 1, 2, or 3 from city administration, and all of them have their positives and obviously the pros and the cons to it, and I do like the one that was recommended. However, there's a part that I struggle with, and that is on each 1, 2, and 3, I believe. There's one of the cons, if you will, is the 0.5 FTE is required. It's not maybe required, it's required. And a 0.5 to manage the program. I don't get that. I just don't get the cost for a program as this. The very last thing will require a 0.5 FTE. So I'm saying that's probably $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for this. When I see that option 2 and option 3, creating subclasses, application processes, printing, and all the different things, I can see that. Option 1, can you help me understand why a 0.5 FTE when we're trying to keep these costs down, why that can't be dealt with internally and as part of regular workload?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Higgin, in that regard. And yes, you will see it on all of the options, obviously except for the current state, I think, if I remember right on it. So that is one of the pieces here. This is going to be brand new service level work, and I know that what you're mentioning here is that, can we flex or do something else? There's quite a bit of work behind the scenes that are going to have to go on in looking at providers, setting up that in our systems, maintaining that, developing the grant piece, taking the applications, over the period of time. So that work has to be looked at, and of course, and then on top of it too, on the grant side would also be the reporting requirements coming back to council. So what I mean by that is, inside of when we bring this back, it might be a little bit more clearer as to the need of the 0.5, because what we'll do there is we'll actually lay out the program. So maybe go to option 1, Ms. Brown, and 1 slide more down, right here. So as recommended in here for doing this, not only is it doing it, but we also have to have that reporting piece and compliance piece to make sure these properties are still in compliance, not just in year 1, but ongoing. And as that grows, we know that that's work that's new that will have to be done and accommodated for within our over workloads. So some of that piece we'll describe more as, if council or Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends this to council, we will describe that more of all the work inside of here and components. But there is work that's brand new work that administration will be taking on as a service level increase for that.
So is it not just brand new work? Could it not be one-time work to get this set up, and then it actually is something like our regular taxation that is, I guess, for lack of better words, I don't understand the ongoing. There could be some setting up at the beginning in my mind, and so and you know what, actually, let's wait. This is going to come back to council. Let's do this work here because I'm trying to figure something out that I don't have all the information back as of yet. So this will come to council. We'll have this opportunity to entertain it at that time and to ask the questions when it comes to council from SBC.
That is correct. And I think in fairness here too, we need to build the program and take a look at this, and that's the work that we have to do in between time. But what we want to be careful on is we want to be able to give members of Economic SPC the understanding that it is new work inside of this, and we do need to take a look at the capacity, and we do need to realize that as we go through building the program, what it looks like. And just to answer your question there, we do know as well too that when you build these kind of programs, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, it will incentivize nonprofit affordable housing. So that's not necessarily a bad thing on it, but that also means growth. That means more work.
Can you tell me roughly just what a 0.5 FTE would be?
Probably, it depends on the level of skill set that we need for this. And so a range. I'm probably say around $50,000 to $60,000.
$50,000 to $60,000.
Yeah.
So that's
just the range. Yeah.
On an amount of two, or what was the total amount, sorry, that's currently sits for, is it one? Or
It'd be
200?
160 roughly would be the municipal tax portion, only for LHA properties. And so that's something else council will have to consider when we come back, is how much the grant is beyond LHA.
Because currently who is here, 160 and 50,000
So
minimum.
it'd be
to kind of put-
688,000 is the best we know today. And I think Mr. Laverty would also mention that we only know what we know today. We're not tracking the data, what's out there. And so we don't know the full extent of the properties that would come forward.
And this would come back to council and we would have that information?
It would
Okay.
actually come back
Good.
probably to economic SPC, then to council, because I would imagine that council would also want the opportunity to go through that route.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, the ask from the LHA was precipitated because CMHC gave them certain mandates, which as a result, or orders or marching orders or whatever, the result of which then created a situation that they had to provide certain units, that if they were to provide those units, which they had to provide those units at the prices that would meet the requirements of CMHC, would then, as they had pointed out, and I think in your presentation would pointed out, that effectively, just by giving those marching orders, had put them in a mortgage default situation because there was no deficit funding. So other actors have created a situation where LHA has found themselves that to provide what they're required to provide, then find themselves not having the money to be able to provide it unless the city gives a break on the taxes, in this case, $160,000. Am I at least accurately encapsulating what's happening here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I like those quick answers, thank you.
Well, yeah, no, I need to know that. Okay. So just going back to the mayor's question, although with that, the option that you have provided says to develop a nonprofit affordable housing grant to action option 1, what if we did this, okay, say, no, don't go develop that. Don't look into it. Let's just, at this point in time, see what the world holds for the next year. Now, the world may hold that the same situation applies for LHA and for maybe the other providers that are paying taxes who have not found themselves in a situation that they have had to come to council. So we approve the $160,000 and then just wait and see what happens next year. And if we have the same situation, then have the discussion as to whether or not we develop the plan, which then requires the 1/2 FTE. Is that not doable? In other words, give them the money for this year and see what happens next year.
So to members of SPC, to Councillor Dodick, that is an option counts or economically consider. I would open it up for Mr. Kirk or Miss James in regards to maybe answering that one as well. But that is something that is possible that council could consider as well. And I'll just mention one note that is similar to what council did last year, where they gave one time grant money and didn't approve an operating grant going forward in the budget cycle. And then, of course, that required LHA to come back again this year.
So have we got the recommendation up for this year? Have we discussed what you recommended fully?
So if you go to the last slide, I believe, before questions there, Ms. Brown. So right there, yeah. So this would be the recommendation piece that Councillor Dodick's referring to, is only recommend this piece, which would get the $160,000 for this year, and then see how it goes for next year without doing the first recommendation, which is the ongoing program.
So the first recommendation is the ongoing program, which is number one recommendation, right? So again, if you look at everybody sitting in the room, I kind of think that if we're going to talk about it every year, from the need that we have here, I would prefer not to show up here.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Right, so from my perspective, and really we've learned other things that I actually will probably go back to city administration and try to explain our perspective and what we're up to, right? So that, you know, I don't want to cloud the issue. We had a meeting and it's whatever. I prefer that we don't have to come back
the
next
two
year. It's just
recommendations.
easier.
No, I got you.
Do I think some things might change, right? If CMHC goes registers on title, then it will show up on title and the ask becomes maybe less. I don't know. It depends on how we all, you know, view it at the end of the day. So, and then the ask becomes less, and then that opens up more doors for us to do more things for the city to help out those in need, right? So I'd prefer number one, just so I don't have to
No, I understand.
come.
You would prefer that both recommendations.
Yeah.
Develop a plan and get your $160,000. And you also talked about penalties, but I'm not talking about those.
Pardon me?
You also talked about penalties, but I'm not talking about those.
Yeah, you're not talking about those yet, yeah.
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for the information. As you did mention in response to one of the earlier questions, we are hoping to get more affordable housing. And of all of your options, is the grant the most flexible way if we do grow the base of affordable housing, because we can set the amount and everybody has the same competition? Would that be the most flexible way in a growing affordable housing market?
To Councillor Croson, I believe it would be probably the best way to do it. That gives council the most flexibility and control over the affordability and what the eligibility requirements are. So each period of time, you can reassess the grant program, what's working on it, based on feedback and information that would come, you know, that reporting piece I was talking about earlier, that gives you some aspects, and also which areas you want, how far do you want the grant dollars to go. So if it's limited funding, the ones that are more deeply subsidized or deeply affordable gives you the ability to take a look at that. And I think you'll see a spectrum coming up in the future of how deeply affordable some are and some aren't. So I think that gives some pieces, and it allows you to have some control over how big you make it. And how fast you make it. Whereas the other option of doing a bylaw for a tax exemption, you're a little bit less able to control that. Sure, you might incentivize it more, but it may be to a point where you can't, you know, you're getting tax pressure now. And the tax pressure isn't that we need more for the city, it's that the rates go up for everybody else. And so it happens on the grant program too, but you're able to control that, where it's not really able to do on an exemption basis.
And I know we've already applied for the Housing Accelerator Fund, but we're seeing in other communities they're pushing back that, you know, great what you've done, but can you do this and this? Was this looked at in any sense? Does this make us a more interesting community for the Housing Accelerator Fund? Because if they push back, we can say, well, we're already working on this grant. Like, can it be used in multiple ways if we move ahead on this?
You know, I think I'd have to take a look at, you know, from that point of view with Mr. Malcolm, but my initial thoughts would be yes on this, that it is another avenue pieces for it. It's another route showing that council is frankly focused on affordable housing and incentivizing affordable housing. So, you know, if that's the direction council wants to go with, and that's their, you know, the strategy, then this is another good tool that's out there.
Like another menu item that they might be able to look at. And final question, if we do move ahead on a grant, we will, of course, be consulting all housing groups. Everybody would have a chance to have a say in how it's developed.
Another great question, Councillor Croson. Yes, and so the idea behind a grant program, it would be open for application for anyone that meets those criteria, and that's why it would be take some time to develop that criteria in the work piece, because we have to actually build all that and have it there so that anybody can apply for it, and then of course different intake times for them to come into that program as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to city manager or designate, I'm not sure who can answer this. Yesterday, we talked, Mr. Malcolm was in front of us with his, I think, 7 or 8 initiatives to promote or to achieve more doors. Was this at all one of them, this affordable housing grant? I'm wondering if we goofed, and since we're doing one already, should we not have put that in? And is it too late to add that as one of our initiatives that we put forward, or was that one of them? I'm trying to remember. Yesterday was a long, crazy day. Oh, hi, Andrew. I didn't see you back there.
I'll get Mr. Malcolm to come up and answer that question.
Thank you, everyone. So to answer that question, it was not one of the initiatives included in the Housing Accelerator Fund. I think if we were looking at it from the bylaw perspective, it would be considered a systemic change because you're creating that change for everyone. Whereas the grant program probably would have been somewhere in the middle in terms of its evaluation. We did not include it because the history of this item is there hadn't been support from council on tax exemptions, and when administration previously in the operating budget in November of 22 brought this forward as an operating grant, it was not successful. So we weren't going to try to bring it forward a third time. So we did not look at it through the Housing Accelerator Fund as an initiative. To your point, is it too late? Yes, our application has been submitted. Now, if we receive feedback from CMHC that we need to be more aggressive and potentially fine-tune, there could be the opportunity to potentially add it, but our feedback so far is that they just ask you to tweak initiatives that are already in place, and this would be fundamentally different. To the previous question, if I might be able to add, is that when we're dealing with CMHC, whether it's through our Rapid Housing Initiative, the Housing Accelerator Fund, or any of these opportunities, the ongoing operational support is something that they are looking for, and we have been largely unable to contribute to so far. Taxation is an operating expense that they would consider, so this type of conversation could, in theory, help us with with a CMHC project here, as well as future going forward.
Appreciate that. Another quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can ask the presenters. One of the issues we've had, and I don't know if any of our administration or the chair or former chair of governance who does our advocacy work wants to weigh in on this. We've tried advocating. As you know, Lethbridge is one of the highest tax exempt communities in the province because we've got the post-secondary institutions, a lot of affordable housing, et cetera. So I think it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, about 13% of our municipality is tax exempt already, which is very, 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 very high, obviously. We've been trying to advocate to the province that we need some assistance here. And I guess I'm just going to ask Ms. James or Mr. Kirk, which I know you have many meetings with the Minister Neudorf of affordability. I hope you're listening, Nathan, and Minister Nixon. Have you done any advocacy work to say, can you provide us grants in lieu? Because if you just keep exempting properties in Lethbridge, the 10 of us that end up living here in the non-exempt are going to pay for everything. So how is that advocacy work going, and how can we assist you on that, or how can you assist us on that?
Councillor Carlson, we have been advocating. I'm also the vice chair of Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association. I represent the South Zone, and there's been lots of conversations in and around going back to those grants in lieu of. And what we've been told is that's a firm no. So in order for me to meet the needs of my community and my role, my advocacy plan has been and will continue to be to advocate for more grant funding agreements for more affordable housing in our community, because that's the role I can see getting some headway in. So to answer your question, yes, the question has been asked. No, it hasn't been well received, but I'm continuing to advocate, as I know council is, for more affordable housing. And they have reached out, and just so you're aware, CMHC has reached out to us directly and asked us if we would apply for another program or another funding agreement or grant, because there's some money available right now, another $75,000 per unit. And the province of Alberta has also encouraged us to apply for the HPC grants that are available through the province right now. So they recognize our need and they're willing to support Lethbridge, but they're willing to support it with a grant for the building costs.
And thank you, Ms. James. We get the same answer all the time, too. Oh, that's terrible. No, we're not going to help, is what the response has been thus far. A question, when you're talking about the other grants that could come in, how can we stay more in the loop? Because one of the concerns I have is that we hear that, well, without the city funding, we won't be able to make our commitment to CMHC. Well, surely you knew that before the grant was applied for and all the budgets had been done. I'm assuming you would have done all that work. And it would have been nice to have been part of that conversation rather than to be at the point of, well, it's all built and it's all this, but if you don't give us X, Y, Z, city, it all fails. And it happens to us too many times that we're the last one to know and the first one to be asked for more money. And so I love getting more affordable housing, and I'd like to be more in the loop in the process rather than at the end saying, city, if you don't do this, you're the one killing this project. So how do we have a better connection there and work together rather than be the last ones to hear?
So specifically to your question, your last question, I'm happy to report through administration at any point when any grant applications are going in for LHA or LNRCHC. I'm happy to send that up to city administration to get it to council for information. That is no problem for me to do that. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to keep the city council in the loop however you see fit. Our board meetings are open and everything is a public record, so we're happy to report to you. On the Southgate project specifically, we didn't, and CMHC didn't believe that we would be taxed. Our belief was entering that project, and if you look at the actual application process of that project, property taxes, because we were a charity, a registered charity, because we were serving seniors in that property, because it was our very strong belief, 100%, that that would not be a taxable supply of housing there. So that's where the confusion came in. But going forward, of course, we will make sure that we are very transparent with the city anytime an application is going to go forward.
And thank you for that. That probably explains Mr. Kirk's discussion around it was a misunderstanding going forward. But I think keeping each other more in the loop and saying we're going for this and let's work together so it's not a surprise at the end is always more helpful than a surprise.
Well, I would totally agree. And just having those meetings to understand and to say, here's what we're going to do, we could have been, there's probably other mechanisms we could have used on a go-forward basis because of what we're adding for value. And then honestly, at the end of the day, if we had those discussions, then all the other taxes attached that you're not recommending or city's not recommending to take care of would go down too, so that it doesn't create that much stress on it or less stress on our system. But again, I myself view it as meeting a need. We're almost like the housing authority that meets this certain need. So being a guy, like I'm not familiar with working through MGAs and talking about everything. So I just made the assumption we're filling a need. And even during our discussions last year, I was shocked that the property tax came out, and it was probably my recommendation to say, let's bring this to a head so we can actually get somewhere, because you've been in front of council 12 times, I think it is. Like, how many times do you need to do that? So just let's not pay, let's figure this out. Let's have a real discussion. Let's understand how the system works, because again, we thought we were a charity, we thought we were this, we thought we were that. Everybody's making assumptions, so now we need to get together and understand how the real rules work so that we can work with the city, fill city council's needs, and actually fulfill a purpose for the community, right? So I'm flabbergasted on how hard this is, but I do understand there's a set of different rules that work here versus my normal world, I'll say, right? So, so it is what it is, but I'm also, you know, when I sit in the meetings, I feel very confident that there's different ways to deal with this, that now that we're informed and we understand the rules and that we understand what you guys want to do, that, you know, I want to get more money out of the feds and the province, right? And I won't focus on the one part, to be honest with you, whether it's property tax and whatever, because I'd look at it more to say, how can we meet a need and get as much of our tax dollars that we pay to everywhere back to here, right? So, right, but I don't want to always focus on, well, will they do it? Will they do that? There's different ways around it. So let us do that. Let us work with everyone. Let us figure it out, and let's go, right? That's what I'd say, so.
Thanks for that, Brad, or Mr. Kirk. And yes, I think everyone around this horseshoe can say probably the first 6 months here is, once you get elected, is an eye-opening experience of how different it is in the municipal world. The good news is you now have our resident expert on the MGA, Councillor Dodick, on your board. So he helps us navigate
He's not
things.
smiling.
Anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Matthews, do you have something to add?
Yeah, it's more specific, SPC, and just to your question, Councillor Carlson, there too. One thing that, you know, Mr. Malcolm and I were chatting on the sidebar too, some of the things in the Housing Accelerator Fund, that application was put in August. The question of this came back up in October 18th, so there's a timing piece in there as well too that I just wanted to address on it. Notwithstanding anything that Mr. Malcolm had said, just the reality is that this came after the application process was put in place.
That then, if I can, Mr. Mayor, here's a question to me, and maybe Mr. Malcolm needs to answer this because it came out of my mind yesterday. Do we have in the initiatives that were presented yesterday, do we have to tie each unit to that? As I said yesterday, like we could get one big fish. Mr. Kirk is going to build a 200-unit apartment building, and that ticks off our 187. Not saying I'd love it though, Brad, if you wanted to. And that ticks off our 187 above that we need to create. If we do achieve units or doors out of an affordable housing grant, et cetera, do those units, do they care where they come from or which initiative did them?
So, Councillor Carlson, you must have been reading my mind, because as I was driving in this morning, I was thinking about how I could have answered the question a little bit differently yesterday. So, again, the number of units that we had captured on those slides attributed to each unit was a guess. What we know we had to do is we had to drive 187 units, or we have to drive 187 units above our baseline number. So that's actually a number of like 400-ish units in that year. They are not going to look at it attributed back to a single initiative, because it will be just about nearly impossible to say this unit was created because of this initiative alone. And that ties to the conversation of stacking. What we will likely see is potentially all 8 of those initiatives, or number of them, actually stacking on top of each other to create the conditions that push us into those new units. So the short answer is no, they will not look at, was this unit created because of Initiative 1? They will just want to see the total number of units being driven. That's their desire with this program, is just to see new units created. Beyond that, we may have existing programs and existing projects and existing things, or things totally approved outside of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which are actually driving units up independently, and that's a good thing. They just want to know that units are being built.
Is excellent news. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You finished, Mr. Matthews, you're good, all right. Move along to Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Well, thank you. I was hoping to ask Mrs. James Harper one of the question, but
Sorry, she had to go
I
to the
understand.
residents' meeting at 9 o'clock, and
I-
thank you for going on, so I don't have to go. So I'll just sit here and I'll avoid them all, so thanks.
so how's it going? Anyway, no, I just wanted to go back to the Southgate property and just kind of go through the journey. Mr. Kirk, I don't know if you were involved with that.
Yes.
And just kind of the vision of that property, what you knew then, what you know now, what you might have done differently, and is it also an example of what affordable housing can look like moving forward? I know it's kind of a long question.
Sure. So I'll take you part of the journey. So I joined the LHA 3 years ago. So my experience has been that, so we've made many attempts so that we didn't have to show up here and ask council for anything. So when we became a registered charity, that's actually owned by our separate division that owns the properties. So when we got registered, we thought we really didn't need to talk to that any longer because we'd be exempt, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of issues within this that we're dealing with. The purpose of, so what we were having is a problem because of downtown. And what we thought was that we'd build a site for, and COVID was going on, a site for people, so there's no hallways, right? So it's not like an apartment anymore. They can go directly outside. There's small suites, but it's still independent living. So it was that counter to the COVID and the hallways and the apartment style building. We thought that if we could get them out of the downtown community in a safer environment where, it's a great location as far as it's close to stores, close to the lake, close to whatever, then we seen it as the opportunity to fill those suites and create more I spoke to it last time, subsidy for low-income housing that is actually deficit financed, right? So we went into this thinking that we were doing good and that we didn't have any issues, to be honest with you. So that's why I'm so adamant on certain things. I find it hard, right? But our vision was there, and do we think we can do more? Yes. As a matter of fact, right now, we got 32 suites that we're going to build for supportive housing that we've actually already talked to the property tax department about what we need to do because we're going to run into the same issues again. So right now, do we have the government of Alberta will fund it for us, but they won't fund us any financing as far as, operating. So do we leave it to them? Like, we're trying to figure this out because it will become an issue again. So it's something that's new. It's not built yet. It would be a new tax base. I think it's probably on a piece of land that I don't know what it creates for a revenue stream right now, but it will be definitely meeting a need. So we realize that in the past, we made assumptions, and that makes whatever you want to break that into the three terms. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it here. So, so we understand that now. So, and do we want to do more? Yes. That is our goal, to help everybody in the housing market, to fill all the spectrums from one level to the next, to the next, to the next, and actually get them out of low-income housing and so on and so forth. But we need all the spectrums, right? All the different levels. So yes, we are talking about many different things right now. We're excited about them. And what we also notice is that with the government, it's a very slow process working with every level of government, really, right? So it's a bureaucracy that exists. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, the Southgate property now, is it sustainable as it is? Because you're still subsidizing, right? Or is this another, are you going to have to come back or seek other forms of money?
Well, no, as long as we don't have to pay property tax.
But right now you do, right, on that Southgate?
Well, yeah, you're asking, and we don't have the funding for it in theory, right? So it just doesn't work if you see the model. But again, if we work with the city and we have CMHC do their job and register on title, in theory, the values could drop significantly, so our ask would be a lot smaller next year, right?
Right.
But those are the things that we're trying to understand and move forward through, right? So, and I think the discussions we had the other day works towards that. Like like again, we don't want to make any assumptions any longer. We want to make sure you're well informed. If we talk to the city administration and they inform you what you guys need to do to help us get it there, then we won't be showing up later and you'll be thinking that we're taking something out of your revenue streams. It will be, the revenue stream didn't exist before. Here's what we're going to do.
Right.
Here's what we're fulfilling for the city, right? So as what you should ask us for, right?
And I just, when we talk about opening it up to other organizations or home builders, do we have an estimate right now who are, maybe Mr. Matthews knows, or maybe Mr. Kirk, how many of these providers would there be? Would it be would it get,
I guess I'll try to speak to it as far as a business person or whatever, unless you're actually fulfilling this specific purpose, you could never do it this deep.
Right.
You could never subsidize it this way, right? So again, reason we have the issues is it's like, wow, we're way lower. And then even CMHC, like we use $1,250 rent a month, right? The reality of it is they basically came back and said it's row housing, 800, and we expect it to be at 65% of that, right?
Yeah.
Which is okay because we're fulfilling a need, taking people out that used to pay $687, I think, if you read the email, right? So, yeah, you wouldn't do it, like unless you're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart. But then you'd actually come to the city and say, "I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I don't really want to give you $150,000 or $200,000 a year in property tax, right? You need to come along on the journey," which is fair.
Is there a scenario, and whoever wants to answer, is there a scenario where a affordable home provider can come into the market and be a for-profit organization? Or is that just off the table?
To members of council, to Councilor Campbell, there would, obviously, I think you could find for-profit organizations that would classify themselves as providing affordability components. What we would be looking at in grants, and that's why or any of these options, that it would only apply to nonprofit. So for that, because that, a basement suite in someone's house, that they're saying that they're giving it a little bit less than somebody else, that you could, depending on how you define affordability it could be quite large on that. So there probably is, depending on how you define affordable housing, where a private one could be in it. But I think to Mr. Kirk's point of view, from a non-profit point of view, it would be pretty tough for somebody that's trying to make some money on it to do it at a profit side. That would be where City Council would want to go on it. But here again, that's all pieces that we have to develop inside of that policy component of what would be considered as how affordable is affordable, and also that we're limiting it to, at least we recommend limiting it to nonprofit organizations, which, to go back to the piece, we don't know internally ourselves how many there are out there. The dollar figure we have is based on what we do know, which is 2 to 3 other societies in Lethbridge that have nonprofit affordability components on it. So that would be some of the work that also have to happen after we get the application side. We'll see how far that, where that goes to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Palladino?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At first, I had the same concerns that you did about the 0.5 full-time employee, and that kind of took me away from the first 3 options right away. And so I looked at the 4th option, and I'm sort of familiar with annual tax cancellations, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Matthews probably best to answer this, what is the challenge, or what's not so tasteful, or it seems to me that the tax cancellation is the most flexible way of doing things and quickly.
So maybe if I could go, Ms. Brown, back to that slide, probably 3 slides back, I think it is. right there, yeah.
This is where you had the four challenges.
Yeah, so the challenges on this one really, and what it really comes down to, is the difference between any of the other options is that the city will not be able to collect those taxes, so you're out. So what happens is because tax cancellations run after taxes are levied, so we run the roll, we put it out there to all property owners, and then subsequently after they receive, frankly, their property tax notice, they come in and they make a case to council to get canceled, get those cancellations on there. We can't recollect that, so it's a loss. And so we have to budget more. So you could budget more for cancellations. However, it's the unknown factor. So anything that comes up in that first year or time frame that we don't budget for it, we would literally be out from being able to collect it. On top of it, they have to come every single year. So every single year, that same provider has to come buy property and ask for a tax cancellation. So that's quite a bit of onerous work on the affordable housing providers to have to come and ask for that every single year. And there's also not the surety, if that's what council wants, in the program then that the council of that period will actually give them a tax cancellation. So there's a lot of different components. There's a lot more mechanics that has to go on with tax cancellations. From that point of view, you are right that we haven't put a 0.5 on that. You know, from the point of view of tax cancellations in itself is part of what we do today. However, if they grew significantly, we may need a 0.5.
Okay. Okay, and the 528,000, what does that represent?
To Councillor Palladino. So in regards to that amount, that's the amount that's above the amount of what the 160,000 per year roughly for LHA that we believe is in the community right now. So that's what I was referring to. We think there's probably two other providers or maybe three other providers out there in the community that we know of today and what their taxable assessment is. So really, I'll be honest, it's more of a guess at this stage because we don't actually know if it's bigger than that. We know that's the amount right now that we would think would fall into the criteria.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And one last question, Mr. Kirk, because I know you're dying to get over to this meeting, so we'll make sure. Hearing what I heard earlier here, and I know that sometimes it's not the best as I'm thinking of possible resolutions and how with CMHC when they actually get this or the CMHC get this registered, if and when it could come down 40-60% or whatever that dollar amount is, which drops the request that's needed. I know because we've talked about this numerous times. Putting on my LHA previous hat, coming back here in a year isn't what you want to do, but it could help with this process. What I've been hearing is that something that is I've talked about it, at a board that this could come next year, and what Councillor Dodick had mentioned.
I'm not sure if I understand what your question
is this something that would still work within? I mean, it's a chance that you're going to have to come back next year again if this is what
I just like seeing you.
You just like seeing
I miss you. You're not on the board anymore.
So it is something that could work. I mean, the biggest part is to have this removed, obviously, and so if it's another year, because I'm just in my mind going through with this registration on title, could it be less in the future? So that's why doing it now may cause not more issues, but just a little more work. So I think if we're seeing you here again in another year, as long as LHA is not paying, I'm sure that's something you could pull up a chair. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I get a seat. But it's, honestly, and back to the question asked earlier, it's really about whoever's going to do this would like certainty in a way too, though, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like if you go do a project and every year you got to show up, and then if city council changes for whatever reason and they decide we don't like this anymore, we don't want to be a supportive housing, which I find will never happen. But if it did, it's that certainty that, like any cash flows, you want to have certainty that you don't have to talk about that as an expense item. And it is a significant expense item. So if you look at what we estimated the cost to be, in theory, based upon this, it's like half of it, right?
Okay.
Of the,
Good.
of the 40%.
And that makes sense.
So,
No,
right?
thank
So
you.
I'd just like to throw that out there. Just, it's about, as other people come and do it, you know, if it's not just LHA that does it, because that's our mandate, but if it's other people trying to contribute, I would assume that they'd like certainty if
And
I
it's
was
good to
going to
hear
do it
too
on my
that
own.
with this next project, you've already been in conversation.
Yeah, we've already
with the
been in
DAC
conversations
Because you don't
on-
want to be down that path again,
Yeah,
so
we're
thank you.
trying to avoid that, so we might have to gobble up some of that of the grant
With the
with
bill.
that, you know, so on and so
Excellent.
forth, so.
Thank you. All right, I see no further questions, but I have a resolution here from Councillor Dodick. Lethbridge Housing Authority tax request. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that City Council, number one, approve one-time funding in the amount of $160,000 from the corporate budget contingency for operating funding for the Lethbridge and Region Community Housing Corporation and Lethbridge Housing Authority Affordable Housing Projects. And number two, direct administration to develop a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program with funding options and return to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee by the end of Q2 2024. I do have change, but I think I probably see some others that will as well. So if I could turn it over to Councillor Crows, and this is a
I'm
question.
in for debate.
In for debate, all right. Do you have a question? All right, go ahead, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, city manager, I guess, or designate. Item 2, which I think long-term is going to benefit us, but this isn't approving a tax grant program. This is just developing one for council to review to see what the implications are and the costs, et cetera. What's the pressure on administration to achieve that by Q2? Is that, we like to dump things on you without asking what's your capacity. So I'm asking, what's your capacity? And I'm assuming it's Q2, so it's ready for budget next. I'm not sure why Q2. I want to see this before next November is what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Yes, so to Councillor Carlson, that is, Councillor Dodick is right. The reason for Q2 is because of tax notices. So if council wanted to fund it this year and not have potentially this coming back, we would do the work quickly to try to build something, get back to council, and to meet before that time frame again. If there's, if council is looking at doing something different, sure, we could do it this time next year in the annual budget review process as well too. Based on the last bit of conversation. So it's really on this one here. If council is telling us that this is a priority to pull up faster, we'll pull up this one faster. It would be good to be able to make sure it's really thought of. May one criteria, if you're going to do that, it still would be good to give us direction to start it. If council thinks this is work that should be done, to consider at a later date, because then that actually starts us. And if you give us a longer runway, that's always appreciated.
Okay, thank you for that, because I didn't take into account the tax notice, because I was thinking this would have to be approved in the next budget deliberations, because we've already set the budget as of now. So I was a bit confused on the timing, but if you think it can be accomplished for council to review, as I say, we're not saying to approve it right now, but I'd love to see what such a thing would be. So if it's doable, thank you.
I'd like to, excuse me, I would like to add a friendly amendment, maybe it's friendly, to this, Councillor Dodick, that number 3, that we cancel the penalties that have been incurred for obvious reasons, what we have heard over the last hour and a bit. So the penalties on the tax, so if this is approved 160, the penalties are still there, which are, what are the amount of the penalties, Mr. Matthews? What are the amount of the penalties right now, currently?
Currently, they're up to November. Both municipal and non-municipal taxes would be around just under $22,000.
$22,000. So to cancel, to waive the penalties on this.
Mr. Matthews, is that the 21,546?
That is correct. So that's as of November 1st. That number will, depending what happens, it would go up higher by December 1st by another 1% if it was not paid by that time.
I'm going to ask a question to Mr. Kirk as a representative of the LHA. Can you pay those penalties?
Not the actual project itself. No. Right, so
So you're considering that part is the deficit financing that is basically should have been rolled up into the $160,000, which was the situation that you found yourself in because of the position taken by CMHC. Is that correct?
correct. It was more of a, okay, those penalties exist because we pushed the envelope and said we need to deal with this on a long-term basis and get an understanding. So, right, and I guess now we've got an understanding on a go-forward basis, and again, we don't have a budget line item or that project cannot afford it, especially with the interest rates where they're at right now, right? So it's actually a floater. We hope it to go back down, but the moral of the story is, yes, any little bit will help. Will we figure out a way to go get charity or do whatever, but I'd rather use that to build more affordable housing and meet the need of the city, so.
Okay, so just 21,546 is the number? Okay, I will accept it as a friendly amendment if it's put in as a separate item, because there may be members of council that are in support of the 160, might be less likely to support the penalty. So, it's sort of like getting 3/4 of a cake. You might get the whole cake. Okay, so I'm assuming there's going to be no objection because I am treating it as a friendly, but I'm putting it as a separate line item, which will then allow the opportunity of any member of council who wants to extend this meeting longer than it already is by asking us to vote on it either likely as a, for example, 1 and 2 together, and 3 separately, or 1, 3, all separately. So it's friendly to that extent.
Good, and I like how this is written, if this is okay for yourself, Councillor Dodick, that the tax penalties incurred as November 1st. If we don't have the exact amount.
I would like the exact number. Can we put that in?
Because can we waive the non-municipal? That's my question. It's like, this is.
Well, this.
We got the kind of funding for now.
Yeah.
Well, this penalty also includes a portion for the, I guess, a small portion for Green Acres, a larger portion for the school taxes.
I'll agree to waiving the municipal.
Okay, so you might get half a cake here. So okay, would that be able to be? We're not talking a big difference. We're talking a difference of 18,000 versus the 21,545. Sure.
Questions? Go ahead.
Are new board members to LHA personally responsible for any penalties? And if so, I'll vote against it to make him have to pay.
Oh. Not if they haven't served the full 24 hours since the meeting adjourned.
So do we have an exact amount then, Mr. Matthews?
So one thing, and Mr. Lavery just came up and mentioned to me too, so when this goes to council, it could be, depending on when it goes there, if it goes past December 1st and the payment of it, then it will go up more on it. So, which roughly would be, from looking at the spreadsheet right here, close to another $2,000 above the 21,000. So that would be a 23.
So could it be up to $25,000? Because that way there, at least
For any
we know we
penalties,
should be
so
okay
just-
by.
That might be a better way of wording it inside the resolution, an up to amount of the penalties incurred to a maximum of
$25,000.
$25,000. That way, anything when we run it, it doesn't cause us that all of a sudden there's a dollar
Sure.
difference or something.
Yeah.
So I'll accept it as a friendly amendment, but as a separate budget item.
Mayor Hagan, if I can weigh in, procedurally, I do have to mention that friendly amendments are meant for small changes. This is a large change, and all members of council should be able to weigh in and debate. So it should be an amendment, put as an amendment.
Okay, I'll put it in, I'll put it in as amendment because I was initially said it was a friendly amendment. So, okay, so this is amendment. I guess we're
Thank
only
you.
voting on the amendment. I say, as economic SPC, we should add it on there, but maybe scare a director of the LHA to know that even though it's approved at economic SPC, it might not get past council who wears their baseball cap in backwards when they're on economic SPC and frontwards on economic or on council. All right, so that's my debate to include it as a separate item.
And so debate for the amendment. We're just debating
Yes.
the amendment. And so if there's, Councillor Crowson. Oh, sorry, Mr. Matthews.
Just as a point of clarification, I'll look also to Mr. Laverty if I get this wrong. The one piece on canceling, that is something council has to do. The one option, going back to what Councillor Crowson, I believe, Carlson. It was actually Councillor Carlson that actually asked this question. It is problematic for us to cancel everything else besides municipal taxes. So you might want to just add it to the grant amount. So basically we pay them the grant, and they can pay their taxes, including penalties to us. And therefore, if you're dealing with Green Acres and school requisition, council isn't canceling those.
So it's something like if we went 180,000, again, this would be a complete amendment, so we're back and forth a little bit here, so sorry that number 3, as we've heard from administration, may not be the best way, so
Okay.
I guess my amendment would be to change the amount of $185,000.
They might be making a profit there. Maybe it should be 184.
Yeah, how would we say
Well, could you
180,000?
say
I'm going to say
up to?
180,000, because you know what? If it's a grant or something, 180,000 from the corporate budget contingency, so actually 20,000 on that. And if it's paid very soon,
Yeah, what if they don't pay it? Okay.
oh,
Okay. Yeah, yes. No, he's responsible. So up to $164,000.
164, no. 184.
Sorry, 184. What?
I'd like us to pay the school tax in Green Acres.
So just to clarify, are we taking care of the penalty for this? Yes.
So what we've heard, and actually I'll just, to explain what, thank you, Madam City Clerk and our administration. So we actually have to have a bylaw to cancel taxation. Is that correct? So we have seen this come forward before, so the process is it's a little more convoluted than just adding to the one-time funding and having you cover the cost of taxes through that. As we've already heard, however, you could give that 180,000 and you may decide not to, or LHA, what we would hope would not be the case, on our CHC to not pay the taxes and still have that 180 if approved by council. This is still economic, so this still is just a recommendation to council. But with 180,000, we don't go through that same issue of having to create, or through bylaw, have that removed. Is that correct, Mr. Matthews?
So it's actually in the MGA where, and once again, I'll look to Mr. Laverty if I get this wrong, but under the MGA, only council can cancel taxes. And it'd be also unusual for council to cancel the taxes on the school and Green Acres. Normally when that happens, it's only municipal portion of the taxes that get canceled. So instead of doing a tax cancellation route, do it as a grant route, and it's separate. You're giving the money specifically to LHA one time to pay the total value of the amount.
Including the school.
Thank you. Is that, So on the amendment, questions on the amendment, Councillor Croson? 180, yes.
Well, it depends, the amount is dependent on what council or economic wants to recommend to council. So originally it was 160,000, which was rounding just the municipal portion of the taxes. If it was going to be to December, and all of it, it was closer to an additional 25,000. The other way you could write it is $160,000 grant plus up to 25,000 for any sort of penalties or amounts.
I suggest we leave it at the 20.
Okay.
Up to 180,000, okay. So, so as it is right now, and that's, any questions on that, or are you in for final debate? Okay, no further questions on this, so on the amendment, the amended resolution?
Now it's a friendly amendment because it's still got to vote on it?
This, yeah, significant. So what we're voting on is to change the 160 to 180.
Well,
That's the amendment.
I challenge the clerk.
So that's even more.
It's up to the mayor.
Yeah, and the
Now,
mayor
I
will
see
say, I
before
agree with.
it was quite different, but just to change the dollar.
Oh, just vote on it, yeah, we're just.
It's
You know, let's
not
just vote on it.
friendly, and everybody in council should get to debate on it.
All right, so we have debated, let's have a vote on the, as amended.
Yeah, does anyone want to actually debate?
Is there any questions on, or debate on as amended with the 180? Councillor Croson? You're not? Oh, you're in for something later. All right. Question's been called. All in favor?
On the amendment,
On the amendment?
all those in favor?
All right.
Save us 10 seconds.
All right, perfect.
Well, right is overrated.
So now we're going to debate the resolution as amended. Councillor Croson.
Thank you. Quite often, of course, debate at economic is moot because we will debate again at council. But I am going to urge my colleagues to support this in the totality. We're in a competition with virtually every other community in Canada for housing grants, and anything we can do to make ourselves stand out against the other communities is going to benefit our entire community. This is only asking, of course, for a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant option to be brought back to us, and I'd like to be able to see that and see what it is and then make final decisions once we see that. So I'm hoping my colleagues will support this so we can argue it again in a week and a half.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this. Working towards developing a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant program for Lethbridge is the key part of this motion for me, and it's something I've wanted to see us work on for a year now. We know more affordable housing and housing across the housing continuum in our city is required, and this would also demonstrate to our provincial and federal partners we are working towards building this capacity in our community. I look forward to discussing this further at council if we discuss it further there. Thank you.
I too will support this, and I know that my colleagues from LHA, as I put that hat sideways, I guess there's a backwards, a sideways, and a forward then, Councillor Dodick, is that the way that it goes? But my LHA hat and trying to explain sometime how city politics work and how city administration works and how all the different hoops, et cetera. So this gets us to that next step. It's not probably the best step, but at least it alleviates this stress for at least a year. And so for that, I will be supporting it. And with Councillor Dodick.
Yes, this is my opening and closing since
I'm sorry.
No, obviously, I'm going to be supporting it. We had a fairly extensive presentation, questions, answers over the last hour and a half. I'm interested in part two of the resolution so that perhaps we might get a situation at some point where we do actually are able, prior to the next tax notices being sent out, being able to create a system that will allow or at least not to require organizations to show up in a case like this to ask money on a regular basis, although I suspect whatever plan might be in place, Mr. Kirk and Ms. Roberts or James or whatever her name is these days, we'll still probably have to come back one more time. But yes, no, I will be supporting this. And I call the question.
Sorry, and I do have a question from this, my apologies. It says up to 180,000. Is that a problem for administration, or should it be of 180,000? Of 180, yeah, so the up to, because that would really, that's somewhat confusing. Is that going to change anybody here? No, that's fine, okay. Just of 180,000, thank you. Okay.
Oh, I don't know, maybe they only wanted 179.
So we're going to still take that as
Yeah.
okay. Friendly, and the question has been called, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Apologize for getting you away from your other meetings, Mr. Kirk, but I'll let you be relieved of your duties here and you can head on over to that meeting.
Yeah, see you next week.
I'm too late. All
Oh,
right,
just, I
thank
should
you.
point, we did mention it, you do not have to come back on Tuesday unless you want to. This will be, what's
28th.
considered a.
Actually, not Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays.
Oh, sorry, into the next council meeting, yeah. So there'll be no presentation required.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr.
But it might
Kirk.
not be the same, but it might not be the same vote either, too, so, just remember. Nothing?
Nothing?
Have a good day.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Brad. This is just a quick 5 minutes before we do a break. Okay, there is an inquiry, and I'm sure everyone has seen regarding the Affordable and Social Housing Operating Grant inquiry and response. Is there any questions on that? Oh, yes. There is? All right, Councillor Croson.
So I tried to bring a grant similar to what we're looking into back at the last budget, but council passed a motion that council can only consider capital grants to affordable and social housing providers, and a motion was passed. Do we have to rescind that before you can even look at the grant we just asked you to look at?
I think that'll be something I'll pass to my colleague, Ms. Hilford, to think about. I know it's past 6 months in time frame, but I don't know if that makes a difference in the resolution.
Yeah, the time frame doesn't make a difference with the current council. I would need some time to look into it, if we could recess this
Okay,
and we could look
whether it has to be
into
a
it.
motion arising or whatever.
Yes.
But, I mean, if that was passed by council in 2022, that must still hold us that we just passed a motion that we said we couldn't pass, so we might have to do some.
It sounds like it, but I
Yeah.
would still like some time to be sure.
Okay, all right, because I'd love us to be looking at operating grants, but I need to know if we're offsite. Thank you, that's the only question.
Thank you very much. We were due for a break at 10:20. Do members of the council want to take about a? Pardon? Yeah, because we are off schedule, do members of council want to take a quick 10-minute break? 10 minutes? Okay. So that puts us back here at 10:45, please.
Economic Standing Policy Committee. And the next item on the agenda is a fee-for-service and grant process review from administration, and that would be Mr. Matthews. And so I will turn the time over to Mr. Matthews to present that. Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, members of Economic SPC. I'll get Ms. Brown to bring up the presentation. And we can go to the second slide. So with us here today, you'll see a number of presentations coming forward from community groups. I just wanted to give members of Economic SPC a little bit of background on this and what has occurred. This was a miss from last year. If you remember, last September, I believe it was, the community groups, or a number of community groups came and presented to Economic SPC their business plans and their, and also any changes to their funding that they required. One of the things that happened during the budget process, specifically for the food banks, Habitat Humanity and Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, did not make requests through on it, but that was a communication piece from ourselves in administration back to these groups. So the presentation today will provide a little bit of context around that, of the requests, and of course, giving a little bit of, the similar information that we would have provided at the time last year to members of Economic SPC that didn't occur. So next slide, please. So once again, just going back to, and I know members of Economic SPC, they may remember this from exactly this time last year, or at least a little bit earlier last year when we were talking about fee-for-service and grants. There is two pieces of funding that come out of our grant and fee page inside of the budget book or in that area. One is grants that are, once again, grants are programs specific and are designed to offset costs for a community group. These have a specific strategic value for the municipality and could be competitive or non-competitive in nature. So that's one component, and most, I think all of the ones that are coming for you today are in that realm, and they're in the grant side. On the fee-for-service side, if you remember from last year, we talk about that normally these are provided to municipal function, provided as a municipal function that is contracted out to a community group due to cost benefits or community groups having specialized knowledge to provide a service that they cannot provide, that is currently not provided within the municipality. So just some context when we're talking fee-for-service versus grant. This is the definitions that we provided to members of council last year when it comes to these components. And if you go to the next slide. So what you're seeing, one slide back, I think. Sorry. Oh, maybe my slide deck's a little bit different. Right there. Yeah, that's the slide, sorry. So what you're seeing here today is the community groups that weren't able to attend last year. We provided them the opportunity to request to come to this year with the same information being provided on business cases and questions that members of council had asked of the other groups. They have done this and they provided that information, and I believe it's been provided into your package as well. What you'll see here too is on what's on the chart is the effect of the different requests, and in for the food banks currently where they are in 2023 is $12,500 for the Lethbridge Food Bank, the Interfaith Food Bank being $12,500, Lethbridge Soup Kitchen being $38,100, and Lethbridge Habitat for Humanity being $30,000. The request on the proposed funding on the other side is the amount of request from the groups. They will have presentations this morning, the same as other groups were provided back last year, where 5-minute presentations, so they can provide some context around the asks and the importance of those asks to City or Economic Standing Policy Committee. The total change in increase, if Economic SPC approve these, or to go forward to council, would be $265,000. If it was looked at from a point of view of an ongoing tax support, and remember how usually what you hear from me, and a little bit of a broken record, that usually don't fund ongoing things with one-time dollars. And if it was the case last year, this would be an additional 0.15% increase, taking the 5.1 that we have today to 5.25 would be the amounts that would look like. If we go to the next slide. So one more back, actually. Yeah, sorry. Thanks. My slide deck, my apologies, is a little different on my screen compared to what I obviously submitted. So the difference here, one thing to keep in mind too is just some of the changes for these groups here, or maybe not changes for these groups. So if you look historically, the grant from 2012, for example, for the Interfaith Food Bank has been $12,500 all the way to 2023. And that's similar for the Lethbridge Food Bank as well. And the Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, has had a bit of a change at one point in time. Inside of, I think it was around the 2016 period, where it was increased up to between 2016 and 2017 from $6,500 to $38,100, but has been remained the same since. And the Lethbridge Habitat of Humanity has been, at least since 2012, $30,000 per year as that grant. Next slide. So going back to the original piece prior to these coming in discussions here. So one of the things that we've been working with Rec and Culture and CSD on it, and have had some discussions with council after the budget process, is possible future grant and fee structure or changes as well. So once again, coming into the next budget cycle, first we'll be looking at making sure that it's, fee-for-service groups are funded in a fair and equitable process, and so there'll be more information coming back on that. And as well, one of the things that was a direct consultation with members of council afterwards is also ensuring that business plans and those components would be done for, and which includes those performance metrics and pieces, similar to what we saw for departments, would be for the fee-for-service groups as well too. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I do have questions, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to City Manager or Designate. I guess a couple quick questions on this. I understand the idea of if something's going to be an ongoing operating pressure, you put it into the budget. Is there any other way to do this? I know that if I recall your earlier presentation, there is a corporate surplus this year. Hopefully that would be ongoing, but one never knows. Roll the dice. I'm just wondering if there's another way to parse this without reopening the budget at this time.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carlson, and yes, so similar to, so this is where I'll speak out the other side of my mouth.
Thank you.
So, and
it's a different hat.
That's right. I'll wear the other hat. Yes, to use the terminology. So here again, because we're in the middle of the budget process, I would envision, and I'd also agree and recommend not to open the budget for this point. If council wants to do that, that means you would be funding it one time. So if you remember from the day one of economic, we do forecast that council in the MRSR will make certain one-time allocations. So there is funding set aside inside the MRSR for those allocations, and so we would recommend that the amount comes from, for say 2024 to 2026, if that's what council or economic would like to do, would come from that. And then, but the difference would be, we would automatically put this in as a base budget pressure for 2027. So we wouldn't create another initiative. It would just go in there. So you are setting the stage for the next council from that point of view.
So thank you. I was hoping to hear that response. So I'm glad that's what your other hat said. Second question is, you do say this was a miss a year ago. and the organizations have been working over the year. They've provided council all the information. I'm wondering on process-wise, if out of your presentation, the motion was that this be funded from surplus corporate contingency. I can't remember what you said. It would save the organizations time and agony of having to just read to us what they've already sent in to us in their presentation. Is that something that could occur?
So I think there's another piece of here too. I think, there is a component that I don't think would be appropriate to talk about inside a public session here as well. So it might be good to go through some of those pieces as well for some information in a closed session. So you can ask a few more questions. I think it might be beneficial for council members to ask me some further questions, and then we can get to because there's a number of different options you could do. So I leave it one path. There's another path there that's potentially that you're referring to as well too, and so that would give you the opportunity, and of course then because of the contract nature and so forth with the groups, it'd be best to do that in closed.
Do we want to go in closed now, Mr. Mayor?
I would suggest that. I don't see any further questions in the queue, so motion from Councillor Carlson to go in closed session. All in favor? All right, we'll be in closed, and so we will All right, thank you very much for your patience. We will continue on. Now, regarding the information for the fee-for-service grant process review and the community groups, Lethbridge Food Bank, Interfaith Food Bank, Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, and Habitat for Humanity, council has received the presentations. No need to do a presentation, but I would like to open it up for questions from my colleagues. And so, first off, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So this question is for both of the food banks. I don't know when you created this presentation. There was money just announced from the province. I'm going to assume you still require the money, but I think we have to ask. So if we could ask both the food banks that there is no, and you can come up to the podium so that you're not yelling out. But I'm assuming that the request stands at the same amount regardless of the new money from the province and that the need is ever growing.
You are correct, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll stand by that.
Okay, perfect. Only question I had. Thank you both.
Oh, thank you. And I think obviously we have heard that, and going across Canada, it's the need for it is definitely there. So thank you very much for that. But thank you, Councillor Crowson, for asking that question. Is there any further questions before we have food bank sit down? Does anybody have a food bank question here, Councillor Carl? No. Okay, you're okay to sit. Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've called you everything today. Your Worship.
Yes, you have.
Mr. Yes, I have. Question through you, if I can, to Habitat for Humanity. A couple quick questions, and I'm just trying to speed read to see if I missed anything. Traditionally, you do. You're asking for a $70,000 increase, so a 2.5 times increase. Are we going to see 2.5 times more builds in Lethbridge for that, or is this just to still do the one traditionally one?
Well, the reality of the situation is that at the time that we got the $30,000 grant from the city back in 2012, we were able to purchase a lot for our families at around $62,000 to $65,000. The last go around with the 5 lots that we built in Gary Station, we got a tremendous deal from not only the builders but the developer, dropping the price from $107,000 to $95,000. Now, if I have to go and buy that lot today on behalf of our family, I'm looking at $125,000 to $130,000. And couple that with the fact that we have experienced an enormous increase in building material costs and labor costs. The reality of the situation is what we could do at the time that we started in the 90s, what we could do in 2012, we can't do for that same amount of money in 2023 or 24. So it's a realistic increase based on all of the factors over which we have no control.
Thank you for that. Second question, I think it was on number 26. It talks about Habitat for Humanity spending $335, I think it was, $1,000 a year, and it says, and I need some clarification. It had a capital C, city, and so is that a spend to the actual corporation, the city, or was that intended to be that there's a spend throughout the community? I couldn't figure out how we were having $335,000 a year coming into the corporation of the city.
All right, I'm going to endeavor to answer your question. The hard costs for us to build a single-family home for a partner family is running us $335,000, give or take $10,000. We have to buy the land. We start from the ground up. We have to build it according to building code. We're required to use contractors. We cannot use volunteer labor like we used to 20 years ago. And as a result, the actual hard cost is around that figure. I've checked with Calgary, who build 18 units a year. They build townhouses, and their hard-in costs are $350,000 per unit. Add to that the fact that we have administrative costs, we have to have liability insurance, we have to pay for accountants and some legal fees. Now that I'm retired, we have a tithe that we have to pay for Canada, Habitat Canada. So in true dollars and cents, that's what it's costing. I can advise as well that in the course of the last 6 months, we have been looking for a home for a partner family. And I can tell you that for $325,000 in this city, you don't get much to choose from.
No, and thank you for that. It was just about the terminology.
Okay.
When I see the capital C city, I assume that you're spending $335,000 in the corporation, but you're just saying you spent $335,000 in the city, and that might be to pay a contractor, to pay something.
Absolutely.
By pay, right.
Yeah,
But
we put millions of dollars into the economy here because we have to buy materials from the city suppliers, the tradespeople,
okay,
everybody.
thank you.
Yeah.
No, that was just, I needed some clarification on that. And then I just have a philosophical question, if I can. I'm sorry, it's number 3? Oh dear. Is home ownership, and that is I think it's one of the goals, the tenants, the mission of Habitat is to provide people home ownership. I'm wondering if that's something that's ever been talked about in your parent organization or locally or globally, that sometimes you get more bang for the buck, so to speak, if you help people pay rent, live day to day, then $335,000 a year would get a lot of people into housing rather than ownership. I'm just wondering if that's ever been a topic of conversation.
Well, Habitat for Humanity International started back in the 1980s in Atlanta, Georgia, and it was all about home ownership. Right. And the psychologists and the sociologists would have you believe that home ownership is the key to a successful family. You provide a roof over their head, the security of knowing that this is your home, that you won't be evicted, that your rent payments won't double or triple. And from that point of view, it seems the statistics would bear out that the children are better adjusted, less likely to get into problems with the law, and the nuclear family thrives. So that has been the mandate of Habitat for Humanity, to build decent, affordable homes for those people who would otherwise not have a prayer of going through home ownership in the normal commercial way. I would point out as well, and because I'm a businessman and have been, that I look at things from a return on investment point of view. So right now, since our inception, we have built $8.1 million worth of real estate. Our partner families have paid in excess of $1 million in property taxes to the city, in addition to the normal costs of home ownership. And of course, the payment of those taxes is going to continue for a lifetime. So from a return on investment point of view, I think that our organization almost stands alone. We put back into the city. And moreover, if I can make this point, we require our partner families to put in 250 hours minimum into charities in this city. That is part of their sweat equity. They have to work at the food bank or the Salvation Army or any accredited charity to put back, so that they understand the sense of community that we're trying to pull together. So it has been our experience that home ownership is the way to go. Rentals, not so much. They're invested when they have to put time and energy into their home, and we've had very good success. As a matter of fact, in our 30-year history, we've never had a foreclosure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do have a question for Mr. Ginther. Very good. So going through the application process and getting to one of the last questions, actually it is the last question. If 2024 to 2026 funding request is not approved, how do you intend to move forward? In here, a reply is that we'll not know if you'll have the sufficient funds to pay our monthly costs. We'll find ourselves in a position where we would need to reduce the number of meals served on a daily basis. So without the full ask, currently right now, you're not sustainable.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share or to answer a few questions. I've learned that you need to bring a stiff drink when you were standing in front of City Council, so I've got one.
Coffee.
Yes, it's only coffee. In answer, are we sustainable? Well, we have been since 1984, but we've also grown from one light lunch 6 days a week to 3 meals a day every day, up to 11,000 meals a month. So the growth has been outside of our control, and we expect it to grow even more. So is it sustainable? Well, at this point, our expenses over income or income over expenses is lacking by about $10,000. Now, it depends. If I'm fortunate and people listen to what I'm asking them to do, we do get donations, and that's wonderful. This last few days has been amazing, if that was the case all the time. But the way it's working now, we have a reserve that came about from our crisis 2 years ago when the general public stepped up and made $300,000 available to us in a 6-week time period. That was as a result of a crisis. Now, if you take $10,000 a month out of that reserve every month, you know we're going to go for about 16, 17 months, unless there's a major change. If there was no change in the number of meals being served.
Okay.
So is it sustainable? Partially.
Okay, so right now, what I'm hearing is you have zero left in reserves.
No, we would be okay if nothing changed, if the numbers didn't increase, and if our monthly donation stayed the same, we'd be good for 16 months. So
for 16 more months.
Right.
Okay.
If nothing changes. So
All right.
I should come back in 16 months, but then I come back in a crisis point.
Okay, so currently right now for 16 months, you're fair. Okay, thank you very much. That's all that I have. Is there any further questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I have resolutions here from Councillor Carlson. Did you? Actually, you know what? I am going to read them all off together, actually all four of them, of the resolutions from Councillor Carlson is the sponsor of each one. So we're going to say for Interfaith Food Bank, Lethbridge Food Bank, Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, and Habitat for Humanity, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City approve $37,500 per year of additional funding to the Interfaith Food Bank, Lethbridge Food Bank, Lethbridge Soup Kitchen, and Habitat for Humanity, and that it be funded from the MRSR for years 2024 to 2026, and that this amount become an ongoing pressure to be included in the 2027 to 2030 operating budget. Councillor Carlson. Can we get a red mic? Red drum. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a bit of a chat with Mr. Mayor. So first I'll do a bit of a preamble. And I'm sorry, I was chatting with Mr. Matthews. So did you read every? Yes. Thank you. And it might come as a bit of a surprise over the wall. Council has been meeting as a finance committee for several days. The first day was a review of our own state of affairs and projections. And so we know from our issues and outlooks that we also know our community groups are having issues and outlooks. And we would love to be all things to all people, but I think we have to be fiscally responsible as well. And so looking through our budgets and what finance can accomplish, and hopefully council can accomplish, is to at least at least meet some of the needs in our community. I wish we could meet all the needs. If I had my magic wand, I certainly would. And so what I'm proposing here, and I'd love to my colleagues to weigh in at some point during debate, is basically saying, right now, without opening our budget up completely, we can probably accomplish about $150,000 per year that we could, and what I've done here so far is just split it equally. Every group that's come forward has some need, and the community has shown that need, and to say, yep, we can probably manage $150,000 a year for the next 3 years without opening the budget process again, and so to split it equally. And that's what my proposal is here. I'd like to just take a moment before I allow my colleagues, or ask my colleagues to weigh in, is to ask Mr. Matthews, if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we vote on this in one resolution, this would have to go to council. But I believe we changed Finance Committee's terms of reference that we can approve individual by ourselves up to 75. So at first I thought we would do them all in one, but to give the community groups in front of us some, if this goes forward, and my colleagues agree with my insanity, is to vote on each individually, and then they have some certainty as of today. Mr. Matthews, am I correct in that?
Through Mayor Higgin to Councillor Carlson, yes. So just recently, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hilford, but Economic Standing Policy Committee changed the terms of reference through council so that they can approve up to $75,000 at these meetings. So that would require that this meeting could actually, if it was, I think in my interpretation of it, if it was together, you'd be over that value, but if you do them individually as a separate motion on each line item, you would be able to approve it and you wouldn't have to take it to council in 2 weeks.
All right, so before I proceed, then I'll ask a question of my colleagues. Is there an appetite to do these as one and forward it to council, as is our traditional modus operandi, or would there be more of an appetite for separating them so that we finish this today?
I would have one question on this if I could. If this is over 4 years, is this committee, even if it's 37.5 times the few years?
Let's vote. I will present this motion as one, and it will go to council. Thank you.
And I could see why,
Thank you,
to get it done
Mary.
quicker and move along, but I'm taking this number and timesing it by the years that
I think
are in.
And it also doesn't go into effect till January 1st.
So we're okay.
That's the difference.
Thank
All right.
you, Mr.
Okay, that's true.
I take back some of the names I used. So I'll put this forward. I've put my rationale behind it. I know it's not meeting all the needs that are asked, but as council and the stewards of our community dollars, I think this is a responsible and hopefully somewhat respectful move to make. So I'll put that forward, and I hope I have my colleagues' support.
The open debate, Councillor Crowson, do you have something to add?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Carlson. I absolutely agree with you. It'd be nice to have, all the money imaginable and to meet all the needs. Doing as much as we can, though, is important. I was responding to a psychiatrist yesterday online who actually said that in his work, poverty is one of the most harmful factors, if not the most important factor, in affecting people's mental health. So from, mental health issues to food security, to housing, to poverty reduction, if you want to help somebody's medical, ability, health ability, mental health ability, et cetera, it is giving food, it's giving housing, it's attacking poverty. And that's what these groups are doing. And if we can give more support to them and through them to the people of Lethbridge, I say let's do it. Yes, I'd like that magic wand that you were looking at to try to do is more. But as much as we can, without opening the budget, I would absolutely support.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this. This is what we can responsibly do at this time. And further to what we said at the start of this section of the meeting, we will commit to ensuring that the community groups are better notified and communicated with at the start of the next budget process and moving forward.
Thank you. I too will support this, and I wish I had the same one that we're talking about here, because if you noticed, I think the Herald had put an article, it was Tuesday, of painted a pretty dark picture of doom and gloom for as far as what is going on with inflation, interest rates, et cetera, and so to be able to still help, again, like to help a lot more than what this is going to do, but to be able to give a little bit and to these organizations, it's of importance as what's already been said regarding mental health and that food security part, et cetera. So with that, as much as we'd like to be able to do more, this will take it for the next couple of years, put it into budget, and hopefully at that time, the interest rates and inflation are a little more in line with what we have budgeted for. And I think as council sitting around the horseshoe here, when this budget came forward, we had no idea that we'd be in the times that we are. So it's tough decisions and that need to be made again around this horseshoe. But at least if there's some relief with this 37.5 preach organization, I would support that. And back to Councillor Carlson. Or sorry, Councillor Palladino. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this as well for all of the reasons that we've heard around the table. And I would urge everyone in this room on both sides of the table to dig deep into their wallets and donate to these causes. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Palladino. And with that, we have a question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
We're still not done. Have a good lunch, everybody.
I do have a resolution from Councillor Palladino, Community Group Budget Process Reviews for Grants and Fee-for-Service, 6.10, 6.11.1, and 9.3. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receives the presentation and discussion with respect to the Community Group Budget Process Review for Grants and Fees for Service as information. Further be resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting presentation discussion with respect to the Community Group Budget Process Review for Grants and Fee for Service remains confidential as per Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Palladino.
I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
It's red.
All right, we do have in our packages, I'm sure everyone has went through, similar to the previous groups here, we won't require a presentation on this, as I'm sure my colleagues have all went through the presentation on the funicular or submission, River Valley Accessibility and Culture Link final report. And I have a resolution from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'll read the resolution and ask if there's any questions. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that the Council refer this item to the administration to be reviewed in conjunction with the Culture Master Plan and the Transit Master Plan that will be forthcoming in 2024. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, open debate.
And I have a long statement that I want to make on behalf of Councillor Dodick, because he would like to be here for a longer time. We have two plans coming forward, the Culture Master Plan as well as the Transportation Master Plan. This ties into both of those, so we would like to see this come back as part of those two plans and discuss it at that time, its validity, how we could move forward in a more effective manner, and make sure that it's included and we're responsibly including it and looking at it in both of those plans. And with that, I would ask for council's support.
I see no further debate. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we'll move to Lethbridge Public School, Galbraith Gym Upgrade Joint City and School Meeting. We do have Mr. Matthews, Councillor Parker, and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel from the Joint School Board Council members as a submission as we went through. Are there any questions on that? On the Lethbridge Public School Galbraith Gym Upgrade. All right, Councillor Carlson.
City manager or designate? Okay, city manager, you can't designate. You have to answer. And forgive me if I missed this. This is a new over-the-wall ask. Is there anything like, because this is, I think it's a renovation. It's not a new build. Are there any ones that we've approved or put money aside for? Because I know that we've done gym upsizings in the past, and then sometimes the province hasn't come through with the funding or whatever, or it's been delayed. Can we shift any funding around for this, or is this just a complete new surprise?
So to members of Economic SPC, to Councillor Carlson, this is new request. So we do have, I think what you're referring to inside the CIP, we have under D26, we have $850,000 for some. My understanding, if I'm just looking up to my team, make sure there's other already commitments on that amount. Yep, they're nodding their heads on this here. So now the timeframes of the letter would suggest that it may align more with the next CIP. So this is something that you potentially could defer to the, in 2026, for the deliberations of the 2027 to 2033, somewhere in there. Anyways, CIP budget.
Thank you.
All right, I have no further questions, so I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, a Lethbridge Public School Galbraith Gym Upgrade from Joint City and School Meeting. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this item to the 2027 to 2036 Capital Improvement Program CIP deliberations. Councillor Parker.
Call the question.
And I do have debate. Councillor Crowson.
I'd like to do a friendly amendment that we will only support this if they put the gym back into the attic. Because it is Galbraith, and that's where the gym originally was.
Our historian has.
And I'd like that to be a friendly, because it's just a small change.
And Councillor Dodick.
And St. Basil's.
Well, you have to turn it back into a school first.
No, but I want the gym back on the third floor.
Sorry.
With that, there's no friendlies taken, withdrawn. All right. With that, Councillor Parker. Question's been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimously. And I have a resolution from Councillor Palladino that we do go in camera for items 6.2 and 9.1. Councillor Palladino? Question's been called. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. Thank you. I have a resolution coming from,
Are you ready to go?
yeah, she is, from Councillor Croson. Chinook Arch Regional Library System Cost Benefit Update, Verbal 6.2. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee requests that Chinook Arch Regional Library System replies to the request for the information from City Administration regarding the cost benefit analysis by the end of Q1 2024. Further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct the closed meeting discussion with respect to Chinook Arch Regional Library System Cost Benefit Update Verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Croson.
I think it's self-evident, so I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Parker, closed meeting transit review and 9.1, be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council direct administration to draft a bylaw to move forward with creating a transit citizen and customer advisory committee for review of a governance standing policy committee by Q4 2024. And number 2, refer budget initiative C7.2, Lethbridge transit fare decrease, and N25 addressing increased accessoride demand to administration to bring forward to the 2027 to 2030 operating budget deliberations. And number 3, direct administration to review possible fare structures changes to bring forward for 2027 to 2030 operating budget deliberations. And number 4, direct administration to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session. And further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions and reports with respect to the transit review remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, Local Public Body Confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Parker.
Can I just say one thing?
Councillor Croson.
As the one who brought forward those things to the last budget, I am a little saddened to see them there so long because I know people are looking forward to them. I understand why we are putting those off, but I am hoping that if there is any chance of bringing them forward faster than that, that administration will take that as an opportunity, because I have had people ask me several times since we already postponed it last year. Other than that, I'm fine with this, but that is a request I make that we, if things change to the positive, that we reconsider those earlier.
Excellent. And, sorry, Councillor Parker, I've got 15 people in the queue here. Just one sec. No. Councillor Parker? Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned with Economics and Finance Standing Policy Committee.